Good evening. Let me check one more thing. How are you tonight? Let's see. Let's clear this real quick. Hello, Q. Hello, Nakama. There's one more thing I need to bring up here, actually. I was visited last minute by someone who is currently between me and the computer and making a big fool of himself. He doesn't have a costume, unfortunately. He just is. He just is. Ugh. Can I make him go? Can I cuddle him enough to make him leave? Because otherwise he's going to end up kicking over something, I think. What? Like, I had this all set up. I have my pot of tea. I've got my outfit. I've got everything ready. And then he shows up. Cuddling only makes him stay longer? You think so? Sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. It depends on how you do it. He doesn't always like belly rubs. So, like, if I just kind of keep rubbing that, he might get frustrated and leave. But I think I'm doing too good of a balance right now of, like, belly rubs and everything else. Or maybe he'll just be chill enough to stay and not wreck things. But it's not like we're going to be staying here for very long. We have trick-or-treating to do. I should have this set up correctly, hopefully. No. He's trying to, like, eat the rulebook. Okay. What? I was debating, like, so do I make like a pot of tea, then put it in a flask for tonight since we're going out, or do I put something else in a flask? I thought, like, no, I'll stick with tea. He's consuming the knowledge. I want to say, sometimes it's debatable how many brain cells he has. I think he has too many, honestly. I think he needs to get rid of a few. I would normally say, and then I think about my other cat who has actually probably lost brain cells. It's kind of okay, maybe smarter is better. Up to a certain extent. Smarter is better. Smart enough to open the door is too smart. He hasn't gotten to that point yet, no. He does the social engineering route for that, for opening doors. Social engineering. What is he smart enough to do that normal cats are too dumb to do? I suppose he's knocked down a number of things that he probably shouldn't have. I still don't know exactly how. I mean, I want to say, like, I'm usually pretty good about closing up the cat treat containers, but that has come down and come open and been mostly emptied. But he's still a little too dumb to figure out his cat feeder, his new one. That it protects. It's only his. Only his. No one else can eat it. I think the problem is, though, that it's a little sensitive and sometimes it does not fully recognize him, so sometimes it closes on him. So I guess I can see a little bit why he's upset about that. I would. If it weren't for the fact that he's already kind of tubby. This is meant to help him go on a diet, too. He only gets a quarter of a cup a meal twice a day. But I guess even that might be a little too much, given his activity level. Oh, enough about the cats. Okay. So, today, we're going trick-or-treating. We'll be doing it through Parsely, which is a tabletop RPG. It doesn't have a character sheet per se. It's more of a party game style, like Everyone is John, if you've heard of that one. Parsely is apparently a very, I hate to say like it's a very indie RPG. I thought it was a little bit more popular. I have played before in person, at a convention, like a very, very tiny convention. And I suppose it might be kind of like a regional thing in that respect, because it turns out, I guess, the person who created it is in New York City. Ooh. And yeah, I wasn't able to find too many other people playing this game, honestly. There's a few things out there, and I don't think anyone's tried to run it through chat before. It's not 100% made for this, but we will make it work. We've already done a very small test version of it. And if you've played any sort of text adventure game, whether it be an actual, like, I guess, point and click type thing, or if you've ever played a multi-user dungeon back in the day, this should seem a little familiar. The basic idea is going to be that chat shares a character. Chat, you're going to be sharing the trick-or-treater. And you're going to, in this case, highlight your message to input a command to me, the parser, the dungeon master, the game master. In a normal physical game, or I would say in a larger setting where like chat would be too hectic for like a simple shout out, it would be a case of basically in person, it would be a round robin going around the room. Everyone inputs a command one at a time, which can end up being very interesting because you might have someone, let's say, go west, and then the next player immediately goes east. So you can go back and forth like that. Or in this case, we'll see how that works out. There shouldn't be too many people doing that. And I also want to say there's normally a few more special commands as well in the game. However, in the particular scenario that we're going to be playing, there is no such thing as a save or a load. Let me grab out cat. I am fighting this cat. He wants something. I don't know what. Let's see. But cat, okay. So you're going to be able to highlight your message to enter a command, a la old computer games. You can do some sort of combination of verb and noun for the most part. There are some commands that allow you to ignore the noun. For instance, looking, and normally things like not examining. Looking, entering or leaving, although those are only things that you can do if there's only one direction out. Hello, Vardine. Welcome to the game. I haven't fully explained what the rules are yet. Hopefully, like, the tiny cheat sheet up top is going to be helpful enough for people who are joining. But essentially, verb noun is going to be the name of the game for the highlight the messages. And I will be pinning them as they come up. For instance, I can pin this one for now, so that everyone knows what the last input was, or the current input is. So we have help, which has the outline of the special commands, which in this case is going to be inventory, score, and quit. Well, normally there would be quits. Quit is not allowed. Quit is not allowed today. And there is no load or save today. I need to do something about this cat. He's going to be on this keyboard for a while. Quit. There is no quits. There is no quit. At least I want to say, okay, there will eventually be a quit. However, you have not unlocked quits. And this is a game, so there is a score. In our case, it's going to be numbered from 0 to 100. based on the events that you're going to be accomplishing tonight, hopefully. I have to hold this cat's head up. This is unmanageable. What's the word? There's another word for this. Untenable. Untenable. So yes, that is about the extent of it. I'm going to be describing things as we go through. And also, if you've played old computer games, keep the terms like that. If you enter in something too complicated, the computer is going to reject it. It doesn't understand necessarily modern terms. You must understand. It's a boomer computer. It's a boomer parser. Okay, cat. Okay, cat. Come on. Be a good boy. Where are you gonna settle? Please don't say it's gonna be on the... No, you cannot settle on the F keys. Okay. That's better. That's better. He has settled very tentatively on top of my, like, lock key. Which is probably not much better, honestly. But we are going to be playing the Parsely game Pumpkin Town, which is available in their book, which again, it's a very small RPG. I would suggest if you want to buy it, you can go support them. And the rulebook contains not just Pumpkin Town, but I think 11 other adventures. I nearly spilled my flask on my keyboard. But don't cheat. Don't cheat. Okay. Are we ready to start? Are we ready to start? Are there any questions, actually, before I go ahead? I want to say I'm already dressed for bringing you out trick-or-treating, for being the computer parsing. But I don't think you guys are. Sweatpants and a jumper. You can't go like that. You cannot go like that. That's not allowed. Okay, if we're going to start then, if we're going to start, your house. You are all alone in your house on Halloween night. You see a trick-or-treat bag and a pile of boxes on the floor. There's a plastic jack-o'-lantern filled with Halloween candy by the front door. Your turn, chat. What are you going to do? Beep boop. Beep boop. That's not a command. Wrong syntax applied. Highlight my message to input a command. Wrong syntax applied. Highlight my message to input a command. Why would you kick the box? Your mother brought it down just for you. Just like, oh wait, I'm not the mother in this scenario. I'm not the mother. The boxes contain Halloween costumes your mom brought down from the attic. One is a vintage witch costume, one is an official Pirate Bill costume, and the last one is labeled Action Spooky Ghost Costume in felt tip marker. It's just a white sheet with eye holes. Lame. You love spooky ghosts though? Have you ever actually worn a costume like that? Just the white sheet with eye holes? I want to say, I don't think I've ever had such a low effort costume. Honestly. As far as I can recall, anyway. But my family are prolific sewers. Seamstresses. A Grim Reaper robe thing once. I want to say, like, making a robe is a little bit harder than it looks. Just a little bit. Like a proper one. I've made. Well, I suppose more like a cloak. I've made cloaks. I shouldn't say cloaks. I have made a cloak. I want to say I don't. Will this one go all the way to the floor? I think it does go all the way to the floor. I want to say the very first costume I remember having is a soft pumpkin one. It was a very plush one. Examine witch costume. Or pick up witch costume. You pick up the witch costume. It contains a long black gown, a pointy black hat, and an old-timey broom. It smells a little like mothballs. Just a twinge. Costumes where you have to carry stuff? I don't know if I've ever had a costume like that. I've had other costumes that have been pains after hour. Well, after an hour, but can't recall. Oh, if we count cosplay. But that was also a bit of a necessity. I don't think umbrellas really count, do you? I think a broom is kind of similar. I also want to say, what do you expect the witch costume to smell like? Bring the cat too. The cat can follow us on his own volition. If he's not feeling too lazy. He might just snooze here. Actually, he might be a guardian for the candy. Hello, Mermaid Melody. Welcome to the game. You can join at any time by entering highlight my message to input a commands to the parser. The parser is me. Which meta? I want to say, actually, the parser, the cat is mine. The cat is mine. The witch costume comes with a long black gown, a pointy black hat, and an old-timey broom. Put on gown? Okay. You put on the long black gown. And the pointy black hat. And you grip onto the broom. You are now wearing the witch costume. A ghost witch? Those don't exist. That's made up. Ghost witches don't exist. All I can think of is like White Wolf rules. You can only be one. You can only be one. You can't be a vampire, or werewolf, fairy, mage, hunter. Aside from that one character, but that one character does not count. What was his name? Samuel something or other. Samuel Height, right. Oops. No Samuel hiding. Equip broom. You have the broom in your hands already. I know we're in America, but brooms don't reload. But if you knew other places to fly to, maybe you could? But you haven't even left your house yet. What do you mean, weird broom? Broom? What do you mean reload? Like, what do you expect from reloading a broom? You have opened the door. You can see your suburban street outside the door. It leads out to Elm Street. I'm out the window. It's been a little chilly, so the windows are closed. Besides, there's a perfectly good open door just right there. Syntax error. Highlight my message to input a command. That's what the ghouls would expect us to do? Open window. You open the window. You can see the rest of Elm Street outside your window. Chat. Okay. Taking care not to tear or get your long black gown snagged, you jump out of your window. And Elm Street lies in front of you. You didn't get on the broom. You're outside your house on Elm Street. Behind you, your window has been left open, as is the door. It is late, and all the houses are dark except for your neighbor's house across the street. There's a storm drain here. You close the door. You open the door. Your mother didn't leave you a key to the house, but it's okay because she's still inside in the kitchen. You mount the broom. Oh, no, karate. There is no manhole cover here. There's a storm drain here. The images are a little misleading in this case. The storm drain is on the far right. The thing on the left that you probably took for a manhole cover is going to be called something else in a second. Ooh. Looking down through the grate, you half expect to see a razor-fanged clown emerge from the shadows. Instead, you spy the glint of a coin. It's not late enough in the night. You don't feel tired enough to have a nightmare. You'll just hurt your hand if you try and karate chop the storm drain. It looks like it's made of hard metal. And your hand is soft and squishy and human. Your hand is too big to fit through the narrow grate. Your soft, squishy human hands is too big to fit through the narrow grate. Sorry, just checking something. Shed one tear for the loss of the coin. Your salty, salty tear drops from your face into the storm drain where it belongs. Go neighbor's house. You move to stand on their front doorstep. Why would you smash in their window? You know, they're an old couple. And they're your neighbors. And they will be able to see that you did it through the broken window. Of course, the window would be kept intact and unsmashed. You wouldn't be a hooligan and break in on Halloween, would you? Save that for Mischief Night. You are greeted by an elderly couple holding a bowl of candy. And they say, "Oh, aren't you a cute little witch?" They give you the last of their candy, some stale candy corn. Your neighbors say goodnight, shut the door, and turn off their lights. never had candy corn. Our Chris, chat is trick-or-treating. They are wearing a witch costume and they have gone to the neighbor's house, gotten some stale candy corn, and the neighbors shut off their lights. It's raw sugar and then it's got like a waxy substance on it too, but I don't think it's particularly sticky. Examine houses. All the houses on your street have no lights except for your own house. However, as you do this, a mysterious ladder drops from the sky. A ladder. A ladder from the night sky. The image is, you know, a little wonky. It's going down, but I swear it's a ladder going up into the sky. Do you really want to leave Elm Street? There was no snake costume. It was witch, ghost, or pirate. You see a ladder made of bones? It rises high into the sky. Gonna tell Mom about the bone ladder. I want to say, are you a snitch? You're a snitch, aren't you? You gotta get Mother's approval to go out trick-or-treating on the bone ladder. Tell Mom. You go back into your house, passing the... Okay, actually, wait. You go back into your house. Your mother is in the kitchen. You see a trick-or-treat bag and a pile of boxes on the floor. There's a plastic jack-o'-lantern filled with Halloween candy by the front door. Your mother says absentmindedly, "That's nice, dear," as she continues to wash dishes. Inside the plastic pumpkin are individually wrapped pieces of bubblegum. You grab a handful of bubblegum. You now have in your hands stale candy corn and bubblegum. You unwrap the bubblegum and stuff it into your mouth, chewing. You take You take the bubble gum out of your mouth and stick it onto your broom. It's kind of gross. It's kind of gross. I want to say, oh, go to Storm Drain. Okay, you leave your house behind, and you head back to the Storm Drain. Have a good night shift. Night shift, Ox. Use broom on coin. You reach through the narrow grate with your broom and stick the gum to the coin. You now have a coin. Pack it up, boys. You're done with the scenario. You got the coin. And you have your candy corn in your witch costume. The lights are out on all the houses on your street except for yours. In the night sky, there is a mysterious ladder made of bones rising high. Mom's good. She's got her juice in the dishes. And then more trick-or-treaters coming. You climb. Halfway up, you look down and see that Elm Street is gone. Where are you? Maybe it's time to go back? You panic a little bit. It's a bit much holding on to the candy corn, the broom, and the ladder all at once. But you keep your hands on the ladder. You stuff the candy corn in a small pocket in the witch costume. Man, this would have been so much easier with the trick-or-treat bag. You leave. You start climbing down the ladder. and you land on an unfamiliar street. Welcome to Pumpkin Town. Give me a second. Mm-hmm. Parser is ready to hear next input. You are in the center of Pumpkin Town. Exits lead in every direction. Fortunately, there's a signpost here. There is a bone ladder here, hanging in midair. The signpost points to several directions. North is Cauldron Point. Northwest is Tentacle Hill. South is Yum Yum Candy Factory. Southeast is Pitchfork Farms. Southwest is Mucky Muck Swamp. East is the Forest of Death. West is the Ghost Train to Funland. Northwest to Tentacle Hill, huh? Okay, give me a second. Tentacle Hill. You can see all of Pumpkin Town from the top of this hill. There's a normal-looking house here. A car is parked in the driveway. Hello, Dirk. We're playing. If you want to join in at any time, you can hit highlight my message to join, as long as you have a valid syntax input. Examine car. You see a modern-looking car, the only one you've seen in this town so far. Through the window, you spy an ID badge hanging from the rear view window. Rear view mirror. Rear view mirror. You knock on the door and hear a voice say, "Just a moment." When the door opens, a pretty woman dressed in an apron greets you. She is holding a tray of warm chocolate chip cookies. Oh my, look at you. How scary. She gives you some homemade chocolate chip cookies, then says goodbye and closes the door. Oh no, no, kid. Okay. Interesting. You forgot to use the highlight message bot. I don't think a game of two bots would work out too well. I don't think a game of two bots would work out too well. What if we got into an infinite loop? Do they even want any Kanzi? You're not supposed to eat your candy before you get home on Halloween. You leave the oddly normal looking house and the modern looking car behind, past Tentacle Hill, back into Pumpkin Town main square. There's still a signpost here and the bone ladder hanging in midair. Exits lead from every direction. You feel like a kid in some kind of a store. There doesn't seem to be anyone working today except for a prickly security guard sitting outside the candy lab. You're counting your marshmallow chicks before they hatch. The security guard looks up from the newspaper he's reading and gives you a deadpan stare. He raises an eyebrow. Syntax error. Parser does not understand commands. Examine factory. You feel like a kid in some kind of store. There doesn't seem to be anyone working today except for a prickly security guard sitting outside the candy lab. Hello, Aging Kako. Let's do this too. Thank you for the raid. Oh, it's not doing the thing. Oh, because it doesn't understand. Okay. You were doing art before this? Welcome, welcome. We are... We're playing a game of Parsely. And you're welcome to join us. It's a text adventure game. All you have to do to play is highlight your message with an appropriate command. Something like, examine tree, look west, look. Or if you want to know a little bit more about the things that we've already done, you can check the inventory or the score. Right now, we are trick-or-treating in Pumpkin Town. The guard looks up from his newspaper and gives you a raised eyebrow. Sorry, we're not taking visitors today. The factory is closed for Halloween. Thank you, Merlin, for the recommendation. Maybe you can go in from around the back. Yes, yes. You have all the might of a child. All the might of a child. Syntax error. Go outside where? You are already outside the Yum Yum Candy Factory. Man, I wish there was a way to like reject the points for the highlight my message because I feel bad for doing this. I put it at 1 point, but then I wouldn't see the highlights. Or rather, I don't know if setting it to like I can't physically set it to 1 point. And I don't know if I create like an individual one if it'll get the same highlight my message effect. The candy factory is fenced in. There is no way to get behind the candy lab. With your childlike strength? I don't think so, Tim. Do you feel like you're in the 90s yet? Kind of a, no one's going to get that one. You head back to Pumpkin Town, main square. Let me check out. Exits lead in every direction. Fortunately, there's a signpost here. There is a bone ladder here, hanging in midair. Hello, Dirk. Welcome, welcome. We are currently trick-or-treating in Pumpkin Town. Well, Chad is. In their small, childlike body. In their witch costume. Without a trick-or-treat bag. Examine signpost. It points to several destinations. North is Cauldron Point. Northwest is Tentacle Hill. South is Yum Yum Candy Factory. Southeast is Pitchfork Farms. Southwest is Mucky Muck Swamp. East is the Forest of Death. West is the Ghost Train to Funland. And before you ask, yes, we have been to Tentacle Hill. You're on the Ghost Train platform at Pumpkin Town Station. There's a sign here. You see a vial lying on the ground. The vial contains sparkly purple, red, and gold pixie dust. It must be like 99% pure sugar. How vile. Okay, I am watered. My tea is actually surprisingly cold now. Like, I have it on a little not heating pad, but like a little pad and everything in my big pot of tea. I guess the teapot itself is still warm. Do we do what? If you're looking for an answer from me about if there's a way back after taking the train, it's Pumpkin Town, so who knows? But also, I will remind you, you're a witch. You now have a vial of pixie dust in your inventory. You get on your broom You are now mounted on your broom. Jump. You jump and hang in midair. The broom seems to be suspending you above the ground. This is a weird game to run. Using the tracks of the train as a guide, you fly your way to Funland. Yes, again. Funland. You're in the midway of Funland, an old carnival. In front of you is a circus tent. The snack witch is here. You see a ghost train waiting here to return you to Pumpkin Town. The snack witch is an old woman dressed in a black gown and a pointy hat. She is selling cotton candy and shiny red apples from her cart. And she offers to sell them to you. I kind of forget sometimes that the images are here for you. So like, how do you know cotton candy? It's kind of, right. It's right in the image here. Your precious, precious coin. She asks, well, she says, 1 coin, please. You have successfully exchanged your coin for... Where is it? Cotton candy. You now have cotton candy in your inventory. Success. More candy acquired. How does it go? If wishes were horses, peasants would ride? You do, in fact, have a witch's hat. It is sitting atop your cute little head. There don't seem to be any rides here. This is an old carnival. In front of you is a circus tent, the snack witch, and the ghost train waiting for you to return to Pumpkin Town. Do you not like clowns? Do you have a problem with clowns? I shouldn't tempt. I shouldn't tempt. Seeing as I'm the one who has a lot of problems with homicidal chainsaw maniacs. Canadians. Well, you see, actually, my old DM was Canadian. No, that's not why I'm afraid of Canadians. And I want to say, just thinking, like, I guess he wasn't the most tactically punishing DM. Go, circus tent. You enter into the circus tent. You stand in the midst of a bustling community of circus freaks, clowns, acrobats, and entertainers. A shifty carny stands next to a game of skill and stares blankly at you. Talk to the carny. And he responds to you in a drawl. Play a game, win a prize. As he points to the booth that he is running. Knock down 3 bottles with a beanbag, win a prize. Easy as pie. You get 1 throw for 1 coin, pal. Got any coins? He pats you on the head. Get you someone, get you a coin. Well, you see, coins are a thing that you can exchange instead of items for bartering. Goods and services, you see? We're dressed up for trick-or-treating. Chat is also a witch today. Chat is also a witch trick-or-treating in Pumpkin Town. Money can be exchanged for goods and services. Look, I haven't watched The Simpsons, okay? I want to say the Halloween ones freaked me out as a child. That was my introduction to The Simpsons, so I never really watched them again. Examine circus tent. You are inside the circus tent in the midst of a bustling community of circus freaks, clowns, acrobats, and entertainers. A shifty carny stands next to a game of skill and stares blankly at you. You poor, penniless witch. You spent your only coin that you had on cotton candy earlier, don't you remember? You exchanged it for goods. You exchanged it for goods. I mean, you started broke. You started broke, and I mean, this is not the end. Quit has not been unlocked yet. So, you can still not end penniless. Go to train. You leave the big top. And you stand on the platform for the ghost train. Hold on. Board train. The conductor blocks your path. Fare, please. Okay. You board your... You jump back onto your broom and head back to Pumpkin Town. Pumpkin Town, Pumpkin Town, Pumpkin Town. Pumpkin Town, Pumpkin Town, Pumpkin Town. You are in the center of Pumpkin Town. Exits lead in every direction. Fortunately, there's a signpost here. There's a bone ladder here, hanging in midair. Search the grounds for pennies. It seems like Pumpkin Town has been recently swept in preparation for the holiday. There doesn't seem to be any loose change on the ground. Street sweepers. Yeah, what kind of town is this? This is unrealistic, right? I will say though that I got I live in a popular area for festivities, and the civil services do function. They street sweep. They make sure things are presentable. There are marching bands down the street before noon. Examine signpost. It points in several directions. North is Cauldron Point. Northwest is Tentacle Hill. South is Yum Yum Candy Factory. Southeast is Pitchfork Farms. Southwest is Mucky Muck Swamp. East is the Forest of Death. West is the Ghost Train to Funland. I can also say this a little slower if you want to type it down. You can also look in a direction before you head in that direction, if you so choose. Look. Okay. A second. East, east, east. East, east, east. Okay. It's a totally cool and normal place. Forest of Death. Through the gloom, you make out the shape of a bell tower rising from the trees. You hear owls hoot at you from the shadows, and a cold, icy fear grips your very soul. Dare you enter the Forest of Death? A nameless primal dread fills you. If you got lost, you'd be all alone in that dark place and never make it back home. If only there were some way to mark a trail. Probably turn around. You can't fly somewhere if you don't know what's on the other side. You wouldn't want to get lost, would you? Hmm. Syntax commands unrecognized. You you check for your cookie and it's still nice, still a little toasty and warm. These cookie crumbs. That would be really, really small markers. You think that they might get blown away by the slight wind trailing through the forest. You don't have the quest item. Mm-hmm. Sorry. uh, go back. You head back to Pumpkin Town. There's a signpost here. Hmm. 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 The witch outfit gives you a pointy hat, the black gown, and the broom. Go north. Okay, cauldron point, cauldron point, cauldron point, cauldron point. You walk along until you come to a beach by a bubbling lake. A fishy-looking lifeguard is here, sitting in a high wooden chair. Bats fly overhead in lazy circles. Keep a lookout for a cat. I wanted to say, I think the only cat is going to be the one that's currently helping himself to my desk. Oh no, someone else has to take over for commands. Cauldron point. You walk along until you come to a beach by a bubbling lake. A fishy-looking lifeguard is here, sitting in a high wooden chair. Bats fly overhead in lazy circles. The scaly fellow is wearing a whistle around his neck and some swim trunks. Sup, bro? I'm Gil. Bro, you can see it, can't you? The lake? I'm the lifeguard. It appears that the beach is empty except for you and Gil. You move to go into the into the lake for a swim. As you're going for your absolutely pleasant swim in this huge bubbling kettle half buried in the ground that's considered a lake, a tentacle grabs you from below and pulls you down beneath the surface of the water. You struggle, but you're no match for the tenacious tentacle. It's a tentacle attack. All of a sudden, you feel someone pulling you to safety. It's Gil. He loads you into a hearse, and you're taken to the graveyard to recuperate. "30 seconds and you're dead." Okay, graveyard, graveyard, graveyard. Let me grab the graveyard. You're in the graveyard, where townsfolk go to recover from a lack of Halloween spirit. The night nurse is standing beside an open grave. There is a bucket here. There is a cane here. Hmm? Oh, okay. You now have a bucket in your inventory. An empty bucket, I should specify. Gil has already left, gone back, assumedly back to his job as a lifeguard at Cauldron Point. There are no coins here. There is the night nurse standing beside an open grave. There's no longer a bucket here. It is in your inventory. And there is a cane here. The nurse looks you over and tuts. Oh dear, you're looking positively alive. How dreadful. She tuts a little more at your poor, ruined witch costume. And she offers you a new costume, an unruined costume. A hobo costume. Are hobos known for being like swindly? Is that really a thing? Seems like a good idea. Hmm. You can put the ruined witch costume in the bucket. I will allow that one. You need a table. I want to say... What food do you have? What food do you have? Yes, there are cookies. Is there anything else? Okay. Your inventory is as follows. Inventory includes bubblegum, candy corn, chocolate chip cookies, pixie dust, cotton candy, hobo costume, and bucket, formerly empty, now full of ruined witch costume. Like, do I switch back? You are now hobo. Mouth for cavities. You've been good. And you visit the dentist every 6 months, right? And you brush your teeth after having candy every day and every night, right? And you don't eat too many sugary sweets or things that are 99% pure sugar, like pixie dust, right? Like just looking at the list here and like, candy corn is like 99% sugar. There's also wax in there. Cotton candy is literally 100% sugar, right? Pixie dust, again, 100% sugar. I want to even say like the beans are probably like half made of sugar. And what is bubble gum except for like literal gum and sugar? A hobo nickel? What is a hobo nickel? What is a hobo nickel? Let me see if I can get a photo up for you. What is a hobo nickel? Ah, it is a coin that has been altered. Let me. Okay, this is gonna be like, this might actually be a bit of a visual shock, real quick. Oh no. Can I do this? Can I do this? So like this is a hobo nickel. So it was originally, I guess, an actual nickel, and then they carved something else into it. The same thing here, except is this nickel? I'm not certain, but I don't think it's supposed to look like a hat. So like tiny artistic interpretations on top of the nickel. These are actually really cool. So that, my dear chat, is a hobo nickel, and that is what is currently in your possession. So congrats, you have earned yourself a new coin. Why? Honestly, why wouldn't they accept it? Like, are you considering out of game? In which case, I totally didn't accidentally receive an arcade token instead of a quarter recently. I totally didn't pass it off onto an actual business. Not at all. Easy come, easy go. Look into the pit. Okay. You look down into the open grave, but you can't see the bottom. Look, it most places I don't think would be able to tell the difference between like the arcade token and a quarter. I certainly didn't until I looked closely. Was I supposed to take the loss? A precious quarter. Precious quarter. Arcade token collection? No. No. That seems like a bad idea. I don't actually go to arcades very often, honestly. And even how I acquired this, I can understand how I acquired it, but at the same time, I didn't actually get it from an arcade. You really think so? I don't think that really happens necessarily. At least not at the kind of establishment that it was passed off on. I think I got it from an ice cream parlor. And I spent it at something of the equivalent. I don't think it's that much different than, say, like getting a Canadian quarter. Hmm. You think so? I'll keep that in mind if I get any other arcade quarters then. I actually don't. I think I looked up the quarter, like the arcade token. It was just sort of a. I don't even think that. How to put it? I don't know if they made them anymore. Look around for exits. Well, to the west, there appears to be an abandoned cathedral with a bell tower visible in the distance. There's also the open grave, whose bottom you can't see. Okay, I have some. It was hot tea once upon a time, but now it is cold tea. And I will fix the posture. But it's a bit difficult to keep the posture correct because there's the cat still here. He has not left, he has just shifted. If he had left, I would have removed him from the screen, but he is still here. He has made a circle. So, like, where my keyboard normally is, he is taking that space, and the keyboard is half off the table. Grade A jerk. Grade A jerk. I want to say he's like not quite as chunky as the image there, but mostly because he has a very skinny face. And today's tea is a what was in it? What was in it? What was in today's tea? I took a photo of it because it's a big list of things. Today's tea. Apple pieces, candied pineapple pieces, beetroot pieces, cinnamon sticks, raisins, coconut chips, roasted almonds, popcorn. That is today's tea. I want to say, look at that and then just think, you know what? You know what's missing in this list? There's literally no tea in it. This is more of a, I guess, tisane. Just a bunch of things tossed into a container of hot water and left to steep for like 10 minutes to try and extract all the flavor from the popcorn and cinnamon and fried fruit pieces. Oh, I think I missed the candied papaya pieces. There's also quote unquote flavor. However, just kind of flavor of what? There's already so much in here. There's already so much in here. What could it be? So that is today's tea. Mm. Exits, exits, exits. So there is the abandoned cathedral or down into the open grave. What's the over under that you can respawn? You already have respawns. You already have respawns. You're in the graveyard, where the townsfolk go to recover from a lack of Halloween spirits. This is a game for all ages. Actually, I don't know if I have the image available. Give me a second, I might be able to pop it up. But this game, like all the games in Parsley's book, have ratings on them. I think this one is supposed to be child friendly, so there is no such thing as a proper death in the game. There is no such thing as proper death. Go south. What do you mean go south? The exits are west to the abandoned cathedral, or entering the grave. Ah, yeah. Like the image is not 100% accurate, unfortunately, but that is because of the entire layout of it. They have to kind of make do with directions. For instance, earlier there was the bone ladder leading from Elm Street up into the night sky to Pumpkin Town, and the image shows it going down. It seems like you're like going down, 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 down. Like going into the Underdark. Head towards Cathedral. You wander through the crumbling cathedral and marvel at its Gothic beauty. A rickety staircase leads up to the bell tower. The trail east leads to the graveyard. Actually, do you all have candy for Halloween prepped? I ended up buying, I think, 3 different bags of candy to have a good variety. Like a chocolatey mix, a like more sugary mix for the people who can't have chocolate or peanuts, and then a third one. Just because of the variety. Look around for items. There don't appear to be any items here. There is the rickety staircase leading up to the bell tower, and the trail east leading to the graveyard. To the west, you can see the forest of death looming, ever present. Congrats, you've hopped over the forest of death. Climb stairs. You climb the rickety staircase until you reach the top of the bell tower. From above, you hear the rustling of leathery wings in the belfry. There's a graveyard to the east. The forest of death lies to the west. A bell ringer is here, standing beside a pull rope. Look at that. Look at that guy. He's so sad. I guess that's our bell ringer. Kind of looks a little bit like a voodoo doll. Attempt to trick or treat him? He looks at you and says, I didn't bring any snacks. Is it snack time yet? You have remembered the goal. I don't have any snacks, though, is his response. You want to throw away our hard-earned candy? Just to be mean? Think again. You're literally throwing candy at him. That's mean. That's a bully. You're a bully. The bell ringer responds that he works here, ringing the bell at the appropriate times. I want to say yes if I'm not prepared for it. If I'm not prepared for it. He looks prepared. He is here standing beside a pull rope. The bell ringer stands in front of the rope. Oi, get your own bell. The bell ringer stands in front of the rope. Oi, get your own bell. beans to distract him. Unrecognized syntax used. Inventory. In your inventory is bubblegum, candy corn, chocolate chip cookies, pixie dust, cotton candy, hobo costume, including tin of beans and hobo nickel, and bucket full of ruined witch costume. Inventory consists of approximately 75% candy, sugar, 75% sugar. So much sugar. Actually, thinking about it, I think I have some taffy left over from something. Let me grab it. Where's my taffy? Where's my... Oh, that's right. Looking at it. Oh, wait, there's two flavors. If you've ever had saltwater taffy, oftentimes the flavors are a bit... Oh, no. I woke a cat. The flavors are a bit hard to distinguish. Like, there's scant lines on them to tell you what flavor they are. Empty garbage sugar? Unrecognized syntax. Oh, the chef. There's a lot of him. There's a lot of sugar in here. Speaking of sugar, I'm gonna have one of my taffies, but I don't remember what flavor it is. Let me check. I still don't know what flavor it is, actually. It's green. It's green flavor. Green flavor. What is green flavor? Unrecognized syntax. Unrecognized syntax. Oh, yeah. Taffy. Throw down candy corn into the abandoned cathedral. You don't need to make any sort of trail here. Taffy. This is why you don't eat during stream. Eat your candy before you get home. You should save it for when you get back and ration your candy like a sensible child would after Halloween, and not eat it all immediately on Halloween night. You are a sensible child, aren't you, chat? Not at all. Did you actually go eat your candy while you were trick-or-treating? You didn't wait until you got home? Children these days. Children these days. Gotta fill the tank so you can trick or treat even more. Taffy. 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 Ah. Thank you. Taffy is God, the devil's candy. It's like a lighter version of caramel. Mm. Okay, no more taffy for me. Just the one piece was enough. I can't even tell you what the flavor was. I'm not dying. I'm just making mistakes. I am making mistakes. I've made a mistake. Unrecognized syntax. Unless, of course, that was just a planning chat. Mm. I want to say a little bit of a spoiler. My model art for my live 2D is almost done. So it's going to be going hopefully into the queue for rigging. Hopefully the rigging will be done before spring. And just like, I want a model now though. And this is the original reason why I wanted a live 2D model, so I could DM and like you get my reactions and not just a voice reaction, because I don't want to say anything necessarily, but I want you to know that I am paying attention and I am grinning from ear to ear. Tell him it's lunchtime already. Oh, it's snack time then? What have you brought for snack? His eyes, the bell ringer's eyes light up at the offer of the tin of beans. Ooh, baked beans, the magical fruit. The bell ringer, if you allow it, will take the tin of beans and head downstairs for snack time. You no longer have a tin of baked beans in your inventory. The bell rings loudly, disturbing a bat living in the belfry. It flies away, dropping the gingerbread person it was carrying. The bell rings loudly. This is a rather... The song in the background works well for this, I think. You're happy now. You pulled the rope. That's all you wanted in life. And we have a hobo nickel? Yes, you are not penniless in the world despite being a hobo. You have a nickel. You have a nickel and a bunch of candy. Examine... Okay. Gingerbread person. 5-second rule. An arm broke off, but otherwise it looks okay. You take the gingerbread man into your possession. You now have a gingerbread man in your inventory. Well, gingerbread person, I should say. It's a gingerbread person. Non-denominational. Cannot tell if it's a male or a female. It is gingerbread. Okay, look outside. To the east, there is the graveyard, and the forest of death lies to the west. Below you, you can hear the bell ringer eating the beans. Okay, so like quick look. So to the north is your bell tower. Over here is the Forest of Death, and over here is the graveyard. That is your orientation. Nothing is preventing you from getting down. There's a staircase that leads down from the bell tower to the cathedral. You can take him. He's eating beans. He's not gonna stop you. He's not gonna stop you. You like those odds? You're a child. You're like 9 years old. Go down to the cathedral. You wander through the crumbling cathedral and marvel at its gothic beauty. A rickety staircase leads up to the bell tower. The trail east leads to the graveyard, and to the west is the Forest of Death. There's also the bell ringer, snacking on the tin of beans. And get even more dust all over this abandoned cathedral? Did your mother really raise you this way? Unfortunately, I cannot reject like highlights. That's like the one thing I'm not able to reject. Unless you mean emotionally, in that case, no. Yeah, I was hoping to be able to do that as well, but it seems like highlights are not available that way. And it's either that or uh, like there's another system I could have used, but I wasn't certain if I wanted to go down that route. Like if I have enough players for it. It doesn't seem like it's something I needed to worry about anyway. At least not at this level. You haven't wasted the pixie dust. The pixie dust is still in your possession. It is still in your inventory. Your mother didn't raise you that way. Is it really a roast? Is it really? Isn't that what a DM is supposed to do a little bit sometimes? Teasing? This is a crumbling cathedral full of gothic beauty. A rickety staircase leads up to the bell tower. The trail east leads to the graveyard. To the west, you can see the Forest of Death. Unrecognized syntax applied. However, out of character, how much candy corn are you hoping for? Oh. A 5-pound bag. You receive this candy corn from your elderly neighbors. I don't know if they could raise a 5-pound bag up that high or down that low. The candy corn that you received was stale and the last of the Halloween candy they had to offer this year. So you have a few handfuls of it. In fact, you have approximately 2 handfuls, 2 child-sized handfuls of candy corn. Grubby, grabby little children hands. Blech. I feel like a real witch. Children. Blech. Eating your candy corn before you return home? That's sacrilege on Halloween. Save it for when you head home. You're not gonna trick me into letting you have a treat this early. Wait until you get home. Be a good child. Walk towards the forest of death. Through the gloom, you make out the shape of a bell tower rising from the trees. You hear owls hoot at you from the shadows, and a cold, icy fear grips your very soul. Dare you enter the forest of death? Dare you enter the forest of death? You are no cowards? Go on. Enter. Just 10 points. Only 10 points to enter. Do I have another piece of taffy? I know I just almost choked on one piece, but it's kind of a... I also got some other sweets when I went out shopping earlier this week. I got some pudding, actually, like fancy pudding. But it's currently in the freezer, so it's not edible. And the same thing with some yogurt. Thinking about like, what other sweets do I have? And it's kind of a, there's some mochi, but not quite the same, not quite the same spot, you know? Have you ever, if you've had mochi, there's a whole bunch of flavors. I ended up actually getting some bubble tea mochi, and I had a piece. I want to say, like, you think about the taste of like bubble tea, and it's kind of like, well, it's mostly just brown sugar and milk, right? And I guess like the gumminess of the... I'm not... This isn't... It's not like all stuff I've eaten necessarily this week. And I have not eaten the pudding. I've not had the yogurt. I had a single piece of taffy. A single piece of taffy today. In terms of candy. And the... The bubble tea mochi was earlier this week. The bubble tea mochi was earlier this week. And I only had 2 pieces out of 6. 2 pieces. And there's mochi. They're very small. They're very small. It's like, imagine the size of a bubble tea ball and then make it a bit bigger. Because it actually does have, in the middle, a bubble tea bit. You need to pay to enter the forest? Pay is... It's a transactional thing. A syntax error. However, a nameless primal dread fills you as you attempt to enter the forest. If you got lost, you'd be all alone in that dark place and never make it back home. If only there were a way to mark the trail. Candy corn how? Candy corn how? I also feel like this is sacrilege. I feel like, reading ahead in this, all my favorite candies are considered like bottom tier. Except for one. Except for one. I guess I have bad taste in candy. I wanted to say, like, is candy corn really that weird? Mark trail with candy corn. Now you can find your way back if you get lost. Summoning your courage, you continue onward back towards Pumpkin Town. leaving a trail behind you that leads to the abandoned cathedral. You are in the main area of Pumpkin Town. You are in the center of Pumpkin Town. Exits lead in every direction. Fortunately, there's a signpost here. There's a bone ladder here, hanging in midair. Also, I think I'm going to do this right now. So where is it? Where is it? Is this going to work? It will. Okay. Read signpost. The signpost points in several directions. North, Cauldron Point. Northwest, Tentacle Hill. South, Yum Yum Candy Factory. Southeast, Pitchfork Farms. Southwest, Mucky Muck Swamp. East, the Forest of Death. West, Ghost Train to Funlands. Infinite candy corn. You have not unlocked the infinite sheet. You have not unlocked Rosebud candy corn yet. Observe bone ladder. The bone ladder rises high into the sky. Does it touch the ground? The bone ladder does not quite touch the ground, I will say. But it's not terribly far off the ground. It is high enough for your little leggies to be able to reach it. Ascend bone ladder. Do you really want to leave Pumpkin Town? Pumpkin Town's kind of mid. I'm sure it's not Halloween Town. Like, no, this is not name brand Disney World Halloween Town. We did not die again. Lishev has last input was ascend bone ladder. And the response was, do you really want to leave Pumpkin Town? If you want a rundown of what has happened in general. You have bubblegum, chocolate chip cookies, pixie dust, cotton candy, a hobo costume, a bucket full of ruined witch costume, and a gingerbread person in your inventory. You did go into the forest, and you marked a trail with candy corn through the forest that led from the abandoned cathedral to Pumpkin Town. I sort of feel like maybe I shouldn't be marking down the paths that you guys have already taken a little bit, but at the same time, I don't want to imply that you are done with any of the paths that you have already taken. So I'm not going to. Sticky note. Bad DM! All you have to do is input commands. I will say that, look at Pumpkin Town. Examine Pumpkin Town. You are in the center of Pumpkin Town. Exits lead in every direction. Fortunately, there's a signpost here. There is a bone ladder here, hanging in midair. Wish for more wishes? As far as you can see, there aren't any Jinn or Genies wandering around Pumpkin Town. There's no one here to grant you more wishes. They have a bone ladder in the set. There are exits in multiple directions. There is the bone ladder. North leads to Cauldron Point. Northwest leads to Tentacle Hill. South leads to the Yum Yum Candy Factory. Southeast leads to Pitchfork Farms. Southwest leads to Mucky Muck Swamp. East leads to the Forest of Death. West leads to the Ghost Train. Go to the Pitchfork place. Okay. Pitchfork place, Pitchfork place. Pitchfork Farms. Pitchfork Farms, Pitchfork Farms. Believe it was this way? Yes. Okay. Pitchfork Farms. This farm raises candy corn, candy pumpkins, marshmallow chicks, and zombie cows. You hear giggling and screaming to the east. I want to say. You've hit upon it. One of my favorite candies. Well, sort of one of my favorite candies. Syntax error. However, the zombie cows appear to be alive in some sense of the word. And also, you know that tipping cows is a myth, right? Attempt to pick up a chicken. Chick. It's no use trying to pick up chicks here. They scurry off to a peep show. Look east. Okay. To the east. Okay. You're looking here, you're not actually here. Little gingerbread people frolic in the fields. You see a mine shaft here. Occasionally, a bat flies out and snatches one of the gingerbread people, much to the horror of the others, and their laughter turns to screams. Rated E for everyone. Wonder if I can drop this in real quick. Where did I put it? Where did I put it? Unrecognized syntax applied. What are you offering the broken gingerbread man to? Unrecognized syntax applied. There is no mine shaft here. You are currently on Pitchfork Farms, the farm that raises candy corn, candy pumpkins, marshmallow chicks, and zombie cows. You hear giggling and screaming to the east. You looked. You did not move there. You did not move there. Walk towards the east. Look, it's a parser. It's a computer. You have to be very specific. I have been extremely lenient as a parser. I've been super lenient as a parser. I would be more strict if it were free to submit these things. Gingerbread fields. Little gingerbread people frolic in the fields. You see a mine shaft here. Occasionally, a bat flies out and snatches one of the gingerbread people, much to the horror of the others, and their laughter turns to screams. Oh, my cat left. He is no longer here. He abandoned me. That means more space to me. It means I actually get to put my elbows down again. I get to do the Gendo pose. Actually, I suppose, like, there's a few different ways you do that. Like, the steepled hands, hands folded over. Just thinking, like, I guess I do more so the hands in, like, intertwined, like, flattened out with the chin on top. Okay, walk towards the mine shaft. Walk towards the mine shaft. Beep, boop. You can see twisting narrow tunnels that apparently are sugar mines. Would you like to enter the mine shaft? Okay, mine shaft. You head down into the twisting, narrow tunnels of the sugar mines. The sugar mines. Zombie miners patrol the twisting tunnels, searching for veins of rock candy. A passage leads out of the mines, and a creepy catacombs awaits you to the east. Walk towards the catacombs. Creepy catacombs. You're in the creepy catacombs, a network of tunnels beneath the pumpkin town. It looks like one of the tunnels has collapsed. Debris litters the ground. An arched passage leads further south into the unknown. Walk slowly south. I want to say, you're super brave, Ark. You're so brave. You walk under the arch, and in the distance you see flickering lights and feel intense heat emanating from the tunnel. One more second. Welcome to Pumpkin Town Hell. Little devils with pitchforks dance around gouts of flame to old-time jazz music. This place is uncomfortably hot. A large devil wearing a suit and tie approaches you as you enter Pumpkin Town Hell. Congrats, chat. You made it to hell. I wasn't certain if you'd actually end up to hell, but congrats. A large devil wearing a suit and tie approaches you as you enter Pumpkin Town Hell. It's uncomfortably hot. The Kanzi might be getting a tiny bit sticky. Devil seems pleased. He holds out a goblet of red-hot cinnamon hearts and asks, "Tell me, have you been a good little hobo this Halloween?" He yelps and drops his pitchfork. "I'm a bad devil." That was fun. Do it again. Have you been a good little hobo this Halloween? You now have a pitchfork in your inventory. Give me a second, I have to adjust something. Where is it? Where is it? There we go. Okay. What did you just walk into? You were in hell, you slapped the devil. So you got a pitchfork. And what did you... And he asked you if you were a good little hobo this Halloween. But then again, you just slapped him, so... You want to drive it into him so bad. Can you stab him? Do you really want... Okay. Have you ever heard of the concept of, like, not trying to confront an enemy in their lair? Like, you want to lure them out? Like, usually it's a bad idea and the DM tries to dissuade the players from, like, killing the dragon in its own lair because it gets lair buffs. I don't... I want to say you can certainly try, but whether or not the computer recognizes your attempts will be another meaning. All it takes is one input. Like, do I have one in the coconut? Where can you go? Okay. To the north, there is an exit back towards the creepy catacombs. There is no place further south or further down than Pumpkin Town Hell in this space. Oh, but look around, Hell. Look around, Hell. Little devils with pitchforks dance around gouts of flame to old-time jazz music. This place is uncomfortably hot. A large devil wearing a suit and tie approaches you as you enter Pumpkin Town Hell. I mean, you're still standing in front of him, but yes, you slapped the devil. And he dropped his pitchfork. He was holding a goblet of red heart cinnamon hearts and his pitchfork. But he liked it, so you know. Not all so bad, I guess. I swear. I want to say it's worse as written. It's worse as written. Afterwards, I can show you a little bit of the other side of it, if you care. Or we can leave the mystery. Leave the mystery as it is, and the game as it is. However you have played it, it is done. It is played. I guess I probably shouldn't show how the pork was made. How the sausage was made. The rule book. Okay. Do something real. What do we tell the devil? Go away from the devil. You walk away from the devil, but you are still in Pumpkin Town Hell. There are still tons of other little devils with pitchforks dancing around gouts of flame to old-time jazz music. The place is still uncomfortably hot. You can see the large devil in the distance wearing his suit and tie, holding his crystal goblet of candy. Dance with him? You offer your hand to the devil for a dance, and he accepts it as you dance. Ah, a Charleston. You dance a Charleston to the old-time jazz music. Returning into a bard. Look. Leaning for a kiss. Okay. He looks at you as you finish your dance and you're leaning in for the kiss and says, you have been a bad little hobo this Halloween. Here's your treat. And instead of the kiss, he gives you a handful of red hot cinnamon hearts. You now have cinnamon hearts in your inventory. Congrats on showing and not telling that you're bad. Okay. Mm. Bonk. You know what? There we go. You've been sprayed. Congrats, chat. Simmer. Mm. Okay, I have been watered. Congrats on almost making this into an ERP, but not quite. This is still rated E. Somehow. ERP is for Discord DMs. Maybe yours. Maybe yours. Minor, prim, and proper. Thank you very much. Head towards the exit. Okay. You head back towards the creepy catacombs. You're in the creepy catacombs. A network of tunnels beneath Pumpkin Town. It looks like one of the tunnels has collapsed. Debris litters the ground. An arched passage leads further south, back into Pumpkin Town Hill. Check the collapsed tunnel. Beneath a pile of fallen rocks, you see a twitching hand. It holds a pickaxe. You say so. If you say so. Take pickaxe. Congratulations, you now have a pickaxe in your inventory. Hold the hand. You hold the twitching hands. Remember, to the west in the sugar mines, there were zombie miners. And this looks like it is a zombie miner hand that you are holding. Suffering from not minor, but major injuries. Major minor injuries. That one came from the book. That one came from the book. Don't blame me. Don't blame me. Also, I want to say we're keeping this PG. And holding's kind of lewd. You can't send it anymore. I'm sorry. I can't redeem anything. How strong is a 9-year-old? How strong is a 9-year-old? Like, there's some pretty beefy 9-year-olds. How strong is a 9-year-old? Oh, the very first thing is coming up, like, about, like, oh, mental strength. It's kind of a no. I'm talking about how Topeka, 9-year-old boy, is the world's strongest kid. What? What? 548 pounds across bench press, deadlift, and squat. What? Okay, but that's like the strongest 9-year-old. Ah, clear the tunnel. You can take on at least 10 9-year-olds in a fist fight. I don't know, like. Okay, what does a 9-year-old look like again? I haven't seen children in so long. It's just kind of like, what does a 9-year-old look like? I wouldn't fight. Like, I could probably beat one 9-year-old. I think two might be a bit much. Three feels like it's right out. What? What? I initially thought you were going to be like trying to take the arm of the zombie miner. Since, you know, he's a zombie and it's just kind of there. Having extra hands can't really hurt. Hmm. That would take an awfully long time to clear the rubble in this space. Are you sure you want to continue with that? Pull his arm. You pull the miner's arm. It seems like it's actually stuck in there pretty good, like it might still be attached at the shoulder. The arm won't come out of the socket. Actually, the game is supposed to have a time limit of like 60 to 90 minutes. The one time that I have played it, I'm pretty certain that we did not keep to the time limit. And I have extended that time limit because of the nature of it being this a game through chat versus a game in person. I will say I'm gonna cut it at, I'm not gonna cut it at 1 a.m., but I'll cut it at like 2 a.m. Because that's gonna be like 4.5 hours. I think that should be way more than enough time, hopefully, to clear everything that you guys may want to. And also, you have unlocked quit. Use pickaxe to cut off the arm. Could have used the pitchfork. Are you sure you want to use the pickaxe on the miner? It'll get blood all over the pickaxe. It looks like it was previously covered in sugar dust. It's a boss drop. Yes, the devil is. I mean, like, yeah, actually, usually the devil is a drop. You're trying so hard for the zombie arm. Lick the axe. Sugar. Mmm. It tastes like the pickaxe was recently used to pick sugar, perhaps from the sugar mines next door. As you saw, a number of zombies in that space searching for veins of rock candy. I sound disappointed? Do I? Not disappointed. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of things. Man, I haven't DM'd in a long time. I say a long time. Good couple months. A long stretch. This is kind of like getting stretching the joints, cracking the knuckles. This is like DMing light. Finally managed to. Is that what the trick was all about? Is that what the trick was all about? Okay, I am watered and posture has been fixed. You have ingested sugar. You have licked sugar dust off a pickaxe. A buff for ingesting sugar? Let me check, let me check, let me check. Is there a buff for ingesting sugar? Give me a second, give me a second. I want to say, do you really want a buff for ingesting sugar? Do you really want a buff for ingesting sugar? I really wish I could do this without probably like exploding the mic, but I'm gonna try and do it quietly. You instantly go into sugar shock and collapse. A hearse is called for, and it soon arrives, sirens blaring. You're taken to the graveyard for detox. Yes, you OD'd on sugar. You were eating pure, unadulterated blue rock candy. You gotta cut that shit. Somebody call CPS. You're in Pumpkin Town. I'm sorry, not Halloween Town, Pumpkin Town. And you literally dance with the devil. I don't think there's CPS here. Oh. I should specify you don't necessarily need to dig out because I didn't. You've already been in the graveyard, but I will reread the graveyard real quick. Graveyard, graveyard, graveyard. You're in the graveyard where townsfolk go to recover from a lack of Halloween spirit. The night nurse is standing beside an open grave. There is a cane here. The nurse gave you a hobo costume because your previous costume, the witch costume, was ruined after you were attacked by a tentacle monster in the lake. Yes. Yes. This is all ages. All ages. Tentacle monster. Devil who likes getting slapped. Mm, mm. Although I honestly wonder if the devil was a bit inspired by Cow and Chicken. But that might be a bit presumptuous. Can you do anything here? The night nurse is standing beside an open grave. There is a cane here. To the west, you can see the abandoned cathedral. Otherwise, there's the open grave. You still have your inventory. Would you like to check your inventory? Is the pickaxe clean now? You licked the pickaxe clean, and that's what gave you the sugar shock. The sugar OD. It is as clean as a used pickaxe can be. If a little bit sticky from having grubby child fingers and grubby child tongue, and like a little bit of stickiness just from the sugar. What does trick or treat do? Trick or treat will depend on who you're trick or treating from. A pickaxe is clean. You can no longer taste residual sugar on it. And inventory. I know it's slightly out of order. Inventory. You have bubblegum, chocolate chip cookies, pixie dust, cotton candy, hobo costume, containing a hobo nickel, a bucket full of ruined witch costume, a gingerbread person, a pickaxe, pitchfork, and cinnamon hearts. Didn't even get to lick the Sugar Mines walls. If only you had, not licked the pitchfork. Not the pitchfork, the pickaxe first. What is this, reverse trick-or-treating? Giving out candy to others? You're a very generous soul for doing that. Trick or treat the nurse. The nurse pats you gently on the back and says, "Yes, that's the spirit. You're looking positively alive, which is pretty dreadful, but you're showing Halloween spirits. Go out there and get them." don't murder you. No one's tried to murder. Okay, the 2 times that, okay. One time you ended up here because of the tentacle monster in the lake. The second time was self-imposed. The second time you did it to yourself. You ate candy. Go back to Pumpkin Town. Unrecognized input. The witch costume has been ruined, so you can no longer use the broom to fly back to straight to Pumpkin Town. Damn tentacles. Mm-hmm. And to think Tentacle Hill wasn't the problem. It was Cauldron Point. That was the problem. Walk towards the cathedral. You wander through the crumbling cathedral and marvel at its gothic beauty. A rickety staircase leads up to the bell tower. The trail east leads to the graveyard. To the west is the Forest of Death. Walk towards the Forest of Death. Forest of Death. Through the gloom, you make out the shape of a bell tower rising from the trees. You hear owls hoot at you from the shadows, and a cold, icy fear grips your very soul. Dare you enter the Forest of Death? You see the candy corn that you used earlier to mark your trail, and you're able to follow it back towards Pumpkin Town. You've successfully made your way back to Pumpkin Town. You're in the center of Pumpkin Town. There's a signpost here, and there's a bone ladder hanging in midair. Oh, the bone ladder, if you're new. So you started out this game trick-or-treating on your street, but it was so late at night. The one house that was still up. You got candy from them, then it closed. And after all the lights went out, a bone ladder appeared in the sky. You climbed up, then you climbed down, and you ended up here in Pumpkin Town. You weren't kidnapped. You came of your own free will. You came of your own free will. Don't put this on Pumpkin Town. You're just an inquisitive, spoiled child. Looking for more free candy. You were even trying to break into the Yum Yum factory. Hmm. I will tell you it was on the signpost once more. To the north is Cauldron Point. Northwest is Tentacle Hill. South is the Yum Yum Candy Factory. Southeast is Pitchfork Farms. Southwest is Mucky Muck Swamp. East is the Forest of Death. And west is the Ghost Train to Funland. Hmm. Go to swamp. Hmm. Input not recognized. Walk towards the swamp. Swamp, 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 swamp. Mucky Muck Swamp. I believe it was down here. Yes. You arrive at the edge of a dark, sinister swamp. Pools of molasses bubble up from the ground and tangled black licorice whips hang from the chocolate trees. Glowing red eyes watch you from the shadows. Her bucket is hat. You put the bucket on as a hat. The witch outfit is uncomfortably resting between your head and the hat to act as a buffer. Gotta make sure to equip your armor. I want to say, so you already have the arm, so to speak. Now you have the helmet attached. I guess if you consider like the hobo outfit your like body piece mostly. I'll look around the swamp. It is a dark, sinister swamp. Pools of molasses bubble up from the ground, and tangled black licorice whips hang from chocolate trees. Glowing red eyes watch you from the shadows. I want to say, like, ah. If you had asked me last year if I liked licorice, the answer would have been no. But in the past, if anyone's here, is there anyone here? You ask the dark, sinister swamp air if there's anyone there. The glowing red eyes unblinkingly watch you from the shadows. There's actually multiple ways to spell it. You say trick or treat to the dark, sinister swamp air. The glowing red eyes do not react to your attempt for a request for treats or your threat for tricks. What sort of trick are you planning on pulling? With pitchfork in hand, you charge into the swamp. You can feel the sticky molasses bubbling from the ground start to trap your legs. Do you dare enter the swamp further? Hmm. Hmm? Yes, licorice. I still don't know if I can actually. What else can you do but move forward? That's a good question. You've already died twice. You've already died twice. What's the harm in a third time? Pull on the rope. The black licorice whips. It doesn't sound like an appealing. Okay, like, it's not quite death. It's not quite death. You just need to have a little bit more Halloween spirit pumped back into you. That's all it really is. Trying to charm Rogetsu with the idea of like, hey, licorice whips, literal whip, new weapon time. What do you mean, but? Rogetsu, do you not like licorice? It's okay if you don't like licorice, you can tell me. You don't? I will say I don't really like it either. But again, I've had to grow to accept it a little bit in tea form recently. And I know that they make like licorice that's, I guess, covered in chocolate. I've not had it, but it seems kind of gross. But maybe my tastes have changed after repeated exposure. That's all it really takes. You won't like it necessarily the first time, but maybe after the fifth time, it will not taste so strong. Like for the tea that I have, it was very strongly licorice when I first started having it, but now it's almost an afterthought, honestly. It's almost an afterthought. And I think I bought that tea like about a month ago, and I'm just about out of it actually. I think I have 2 more bags left. Though I do have another box of a different brand of the same concept, and I had a little bit of that at the time, and then it was kind of a, ew, no, it's really licorice. I didn't realize that. Gross. I'll just keep it in the back just in case I'm like super desperate for tea. And now it's kind of a case of like, well, maybe I should try it. Maybe it's gonna taste better now that I've grown accustomed to the concept. I will say, like, licorice isn't the worst thing I've eaten, but I still won't eat it unless I have to. I think the worst thing that I've ever eaten, the worst thing I've put in my mouth was a farmer stand kefir, I think it was. Or no, was it kefir? No, I think it was a cheese. It was something dairy fermented, an attempt, and I want to say, I hope that he got caught on some sort of like health violation because that stuff was vile. I like kefir. I like strong cheeses. It just was not good. Hmm. If you really are out of points and you want to do this, if you this isn't going to make it a command, but to make it easier for me to follow, like what is an actual, yeah. If you want, you can do a exclamation point, I think, in front of it. 2K points? Ah, the highlight's only a 10 point redeem. If I could, I would make it 1 point, but I can't have it do that and be highlight my message. It has a minimum of 10 points, unfortunately. Hmm. Ah. I don't actually think I have a whole. Oh. Ah. Huh. Yeah, Twitch is kind of sometimes they're a little funky with that, huh? I don't think I have any other way of handling it. The original way I was thinking of handling it was I have heard of, well, I've seen others do like a VIP system essentially, like having players be VIP. That could also work, honestly, like if you want to switch to that. But the problem then, it's not problem, but more so like, ah, maybe this time? Yes, it does work. Yes, that is a redeem. I can see it. But yeah, the other option was marking people as VIP. So I could see that those messages be highlighted. But then it would be like every message that a VIP sends is highlighted, not just the commands. So it's still a little sticky in that regard, unless I make a separate like a bot command for like, hey, this is an actual input. Would also be not as encouraging, I think, to join in. Ooh, an ad. Because I think I only have the pre-rolls on. I think I only have pre-rolls on. Mm. If you, yeah. I've gotten caught in not exactly a cavalcade, but it feels like too long ads. Oh. Thank you, Art Crows, for the gift sub, and welcome, Kesta. Is that how you pronounce it, Kesta? To the garden. No more ads. No more ads. Okay. 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 So, pull off whip. Pull off whip. Do you really like black licorice? Or are you just trying to score more points? Okay, fine. You pull down some black licorice whips, and now you have that added to your inventory. Mm-hmm. Just have to confirm that you actually like black licorice before I do that. Before I give it to you. Devil's Pitchfork +1 deals more damage. Different use cases. Sometimes you want, like, actually, I suppose they both would have similar reach, wouldn't they? Take a bite out of the licorice. You've gotten this response multiple times before, but that's not a formal command. Take a bite out of the whip. Do you really want to spoil your Halloween candy and eat it during your trip? You should save it for when you get back home. You should save your candy for when you're back home. That doesn't count as saying that you like it. I'm a little You've already you already have it in your inventory. You don't have to say that you like it any further. It's more so you've been trying to eat a lot of candy on this trip. You snuck the sugar dust earlier, and it sent you straight to the grave. Is there anything else here? You are in a dark, sinister swamp. Pools of molasses bubble up from the ground, and you can feel your shoes slightly sticking as you stepped into the molasses earlier in your chasing of the red eyes. There are still tangled black licorice whips hanging from chocolate trees, even though you've taken some licorice whips down. Glowing red eyes watch you from the shadows. Keep chasing Yosa's candy? Unrecognized input. Chasing what? That's it, Kai. Keep your eyes on the prize. It is Halloween. You are trick-or-treating. You are here for candy. However, Gats input the command, chase the mysterious eyes. Your feet are sticking and digging further and further into the molasses of the swamp. You foolishly wander around the swamp in chasing these red eyes in the shadows, deeper into the molasses. It starts sucking you under, and you pass out. When you awaken, you are in the graveyard. You are still in the hobo costume this time. It is sticky. Sorry. Order of operations. Third time. If only you had an item that would help you navigate the swamp. Unrecognized input entered. You no longer have the broom, so you can no longer fly directly to the swamps. Sorry. I am a gentle parser, but even yet, skipping over entire sections like that. Maybe I should stay once again where you are. Head back to Pumpkin Town. Pumpkin Town appears to be some ways in distance. You can't see it from your current location. What you can see here is the night nurse standing beside an open grave. There's a cane here. To the west, there's the abandoned cathedral. It is a red and white striped peppermint candy cane. Now in your inventory. There's been a cane here this entire time. Oh, but I didn't realize it was a formal input. Unrecognized syntax. However, looking at the nurse in the white dress with red skull and crossbones on the front, it seems like it's used as a rehabilitation device. Rehabilitation device. It is still a peppermint candy cane. These things can be multiple things at once. You have a licorice whip. And there were gingerbread men walking around earlier and screaming. And the marshmallow chicks went off to go see a peep show, so is there a problem with the candy cane being a literal cane as well? Maybe the pitchfork is made out of candy too? Give me the pun that a pitchfork is. Like, what kind of candy is a pitchfork? You choose violence. You've been choosing, well, I mean, you personally have not been choosing violence this entire time, but chat has definitely chosen violence a few times already. Chat has definitely chosen violence already. I mean, you already slapped the devil. The shovel on the map. There is no shovel in the room. It's just a signifier, I think, that, hey, this is a more freshly dug grave. The nurse is looking at you. She is watching you with a slightly concerned look on her face. Because of you looking so alive. Go to the cathedral. You wander through the crumbling cathedral and marvel at its Gothic beauty. A rickety staircase leads up the bell tower. The trail east leads to the graveyard. To the west is the Forest of Death. Through the gloom, you make out the shape of a bell tower rising from the trees. You hear owls hoot at you from the shadows, and a cold, icy fear grips your very soul. Dare you enter the Forest of Death? You can see your trail of candy corn marking the way through the trail, or through the forest. You use the trail of candy corn to find your way, to make your way back to Pumpkin Town, the center of Pumpkin Town. Yes, you have gone to the bell tower, rung the bell. Well, to ring the bell, you needed to distract the keeper with the can of beans. You gave him his snack. Back to swamp. I believe this is swamp. You are now back in the Mucky Muck Swamp, the edge of a dark, sinister swamp. Pools of molasses bubble up from the ground, and tangled black licorice whips hang from chocolate trees. Glowing red eyes watch you from the shadows. You scavenge some dark chocolate bark and bittersweet twigs from the trees. Im- Improper syntax. Noted. Take more what? I'm gonna give you a freebie. This is the inventory, and it's, oh wait, not quite fully full state. Let me make one quick fix. It's currently missing one thing that you guys just got. There we go. Take more chocolate from the tree. You take even more dark chocolate bark and bittersweet twigs from the tree. You throw the witch costume out, the ruined witch costume, and you fill the bucket with molasses. You now have a bucket of molasses in your inventory. And you head back to Pumpkin Town. You are now in the center of Pumpkin Town. There's a signpost here. And there's a bone ladder here hanging in midair. What do you mean? I'll never forgive you for this. The signpost points to several destinations. To the north is Cauldron Point. Northwest is Tentacle Hill. South is Yum Yum Candy Factory. Southeast is Pitchfork Farms. Southwest is Mucky Muck Swamp. To the east is Forest of Death. To the west is the Ghost Train to Funland. Oh. Oh, the poor. Okay, understandable. The witch costume? Okay, towards the farm. This farm raises candy corn, candy pumpkins, marshmallow chicks, and zombie cows. You're giggling and screaming to the east. Can't use the bucket as a helmet anymore? No, but now you have a bucket of molasses, so you can throw that at someone to like slow them down. Think of it as like, oh god. So there's like the grease spell, but this is more like a difficult terrain. This is a difficult terrain cast. That's also true. You're getting a workout. If you weren't like a super strong little kid before, which you weren't necessarily, you're gonna get one. Throw molasses at one of the chickens. You throw molasses at one of the chicks, but they are a little too quick. They scurry out and are not trapped by the molasses that you threw on the ground. Or threw at them, I should say. Hmm. I want to say, not all things can be solved, but the things that I say in the exact rooms that I say it in. This is Pitchfork Farms. This farm raises candy corn, candy pumpkins, marshmallow chicks, and zombie cows. You hear giggling and screaming to the east. Pick up a pumpkin. Unfortunately, those crops were already harvested for Halloween. The farm raises them, but they are not currently in stock. It's no use trying to pick up chicks here. They scurry off to a peep show. Start peeping. Did your mother really raise you that way? To peep at chicks? For shame. For shame. The chicks. The chicks eye you warily. That is the noise to get a cat interested in you, not a chick. Pussies are not chicks. Crab chicken when they come to the show. Syntax not recognized. The peep show is in the hen house. Unfortunately, you are far too big to enter the hen house. You're gonna get a chicken if it kills you? I mean, I want to say you've already died like 3 times. Open a roof. You don't have the strength to open the roof. You're still a child. And house is open. Fine. The hen house roof latch is locked. Hit roof with pickaxe. As you hit the roof with a pickaxe, you can hear the squeaking of the chicks inside, and some of them scurry out in fear and fright. Look at this maniac child hobo with wielding their pickaxe. What are you going to catch them with? The pickaxe seems awfully unsuited for this job, seeing as it's a mining tool. Maybe if you had a pitchfork? uh, you now have your pitchfork in hands. With pitchfork in hand, you impale some marshmallow chicks. You now have marshmallow chicks in your inventory. Using a pitchfork at Pitchfork Farms. Who could have guessed? Who could have seen this coming? Pish posh. It's not like they came from the cathedral. They're not that holy. I want to say marshmallows are like one of my favorite candies. But it's kind of a shame that they don't really hand them out for Halloween. Like, maybe that's partially why I like them so much, because they feel like a rare treat. Like good marshmallows. Around again. Pitchfork Farms. This farm raises candy corn, candy pumpkins, marshmallow chicks, and zombie cows. You hear giggling and screaming to the east. The pumpkins are no longer here. They have already been harvested for Halloween. There's no signs as to where they've been put. Would the nurse know? Would the nurse know? You've already looked towards the screaming, although I don't think you've actually entered the field yet. But previously, you saw little gingerbread people frolicking in the fields. In that direction. The direction of the screaming, that is. Odessa. Mm. That is true, actually. You did enter that direction. My bad. You entered the mine shaft. You're trying to hide so you could see the field. Okay. You were hidden behind the hen house a little bit. You can still see the gingerbread field. Little gingerbread people frolic in the fields. You see a mine shaft here. Occasionally, a bat flies out and snatches one of the gingerbread people, much to the horror of others, and their laughter turns to screams. He wants to whip the bat. Hmm. I want to say, have you ever tried to do that in real life? I think that whipping a flying moving object might be a bit difficult for a child. Just a wee bit difficult. Hmm. You saw the bat before in the cathedral. Well, more specifically in the bell tower. And it seemed like a Not a sugar bat. Not a sugar bat. A furry bat. In fact, well, yeah, we'll leave it at that. It's a live furry bat. Not, as far as you can tell, made of candy or sweets. The gingerbread men? They are frolicking in the fields, enjoying themselves, living life to the fullest. It's like little gingerbread man heaven. And woman heaven, to be more specific, I suppose. And non-binary heaven? Little gingerbread people heaven. You know, aside from the bat occasionally coming up to, like, snatch them out of the field. Just, you know, a slight bit of hell. A dash of hell for spice. Only town ends here? I don't understand the implication of that question. There's... You have... Hmm. So currently in Pitchfork Farms, there is Pumpkin Town there in the direction to the northwest. Northwest. Directions are hard. To the east is Gingerbread Fields. And if you go down Gingerbread Fields, there is a mine shaft that you can take. You've been down that path before, and it has led to the creepy catacombs. Oh wait, nope, not creepy catacombs. It leads to the sugar mines. The witch with the nice car. She wasn't a witch. She was a perfectly ordinary woman in a perfectly ordinary house with a nice car. I do want to say I want to wrap this up soon. It's been over 4 hours of this game. So, a few more actions and then we'll call it. You can't win it all. You can head... If you ever did old text-only dungeons, maybe what? Go east? Go down? Something like that. To try and quickly go in that direction. Into tunnel. You can if you would like to. And go into tunnel. You enter into the sugar mines. Zombie miners patrol the twisting tunnels, searching for veins of rock candy. A passage leads out of the mines, and the creepy catacombs await you to the east. You're going to trick or treat the zombies? You're going to trick or treat the zombies. Okay. They look at you and scoff. Hey, mind your own business. Mm-hmm. 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 To the east are the creepy catacombs. If you head back up, there are gingerbread fields. Did we die in the cavern? You did because you licked rock candy dust off of your pickaxe. Mine some sugar. What is it? Like pour some sugar on me? You chip off a good-sized chunk of blue rock candy off of the mine walls. It's a pretty good chunk. The street value of this would be crazy. Lick the walls. Okay, give me a second. Lick the walls, lick the walls. You're going to lick the walls? Okay, give me 1 second. Beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. You did die last time. I'm checking up on something. Mm-hmm. You just black out like in Pokemon? Oh, I need to... Man, I kind of wish I could have like multiple entries of this up at once. I should do that. I should have done that. Once again, you enter sugar shock and collapse. This time, however, you do not wake up in the graveyard. Instead, you wake up back in bed, clutching remnants of candy in your hands. Was it all a dream? The end. Let me just beep boop beep boop beep boop. Just another like second or two, so I can calculate what your score was. I double check my list. I'm not Santa, but I do have to check it twice, just to make sure. Okay, so those two. So where is it? What's this? Okay. This one gets removed. So 1, 2, 7. Double check, double check, double check. That's it? That's it. Okay. Your score for this game is 65 out of 100. You did not find... It wasn't just points for candies. There were points for other things, too. Is that a D? Is that a D? Maybe it is. I mean, it's not an outright fail. It's like there's room for improvement. There's room for improvement. But you could have gotten points for more candy. You could have gotten points if you had not passed out. And if you had properly returned home. And the game that you just played was... Okay, this looked a little funny at first. It's called Pumpkin Town. And this is the... I don't want to say advertisement, but this is the front page for it. Showing off the witch, the ghost, the pirate, and the hobo. And one more thing. You didn't get to visit everywhere, but that's fine. But I might as well show you the full map so you can get an idea. Which is also on this page. This, and then this. So this is the entirety of Pumpkin Town. Well, Pumpkin Town plus a tiny bit more. I'm gonna bump it down a little bit so you can see your house. A 65 isn't the worst score. It could be better, but it could be way, way worse. And again, I was a fairly lenient parser. And you guys have so many... Well, if this were an actual computer game, I don't know if... Actually, I guess they would have... They would have had to have some sort of input for, like, dancing with the devil. However, letting in for the kiss at the end. I don't know if there would have been a response for that one. Mm-hmm. And I believe at the end, your inventory looked like this. You got a gingerbread person with a broken arm or a broken leg, bubblegum, chocolate chip cookies, black licorice whips, the dark chocolate bark and twigs, pixie dust, cotton candy, the hobo costume, the bucket of molasses, the candy cane, the gingerbread person, the marshmallow chicks, the pickaxe, the rock candy, the pitchfork, and the cinnamon hearts. Mm. It is quite a bit of candy. It's quite a variety of candy. All very distinctive without being name brands. Although I will say that there was a quote-unquote name brand candy that you did not pick up because you never made it past security to get into the candy lamb of Yum Yum Candy Factory. But that could be for another attempt. Another attempt at Pumpkin Town. Maybe next year. The Peep Show? The Peep Show. That's a throwaway line. There was nothing planned after the Peep Show. Zero. Nothing. Every location is pretty much a single page in the book. I think the only exception is Elm Street, which has 2 pages, mostly because it's a before and after sort of situation. If I head back to... here we go. No. Okay. Yeah, if we head back to Pumpkin Town. Like there's before the bone ladder and then after the bone ladder. Thank you very much for playing. I think it was a learning experience for me. And I hope that you had fun playing as well. If you have any other questions about how any other missed things or how something was supposed to work, I am willing to answer. And I also say that the PDF that this game is from, this is one of the included adventures in the Parsely book. One of 12, I believe. And I think it's like $20 for the PDF for Parsely. It's somewhere between 10 and $20. A way to fix the costume? No, unfortunately, there was no way to fix the costume. The only thing you could have done was not get sucked down by the tentacle monster, basically. That's a really bad way of putting it, but like, don't get wrecked by the tentacle monster and don't get sucked down into the molasses. Those were the 2 ways to ruin the costume. And you did both. If you had gotten sent to the graveyard because of the sugar shock, that would not have ruined the costume. You regret nothing. Sounds like a child on Halloween. You mean let the tentacles win? I feel like... You didn't have to hop into the lake. And also, if you had a different loadout, essentially, you could have beaten the tentacles and you would not have needed to be rescued. But the other option was just not going in there to begin with. Not swimming in the lake that had a little tentacle out of it. Let me grab it up. Yeah. Yeah. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There was some potential to get candy from there. From that particular place. Let me grab it up. Beats the devil. I was also a little lenient there too. You were supposed to have the licorice whip to beat him. You were supposed to whip him. Which really made me think like, oh, this is cow and chicken, isn't it? Doesn't he literally get whipped too? Or is that just kind of like a common thing? But I figured slapping could also count. Yeah, you were supposed to whip the devil. You were supposed to whip the devil. If you had the pitchfork, you could have beaten the tentacle with the pitchfork. The age rating, let me bring it back up. Let me bring the cover back up real quick. Let me... All ages. See? I don't know what the MMTRB is, but all ages. Then again, as I said, Cow and Chicken was on TV. It was on not even cable, like regular old public TV. Not public TV, but like... So a little bit of weirdness is okay, right? Just a tiny bit. MMTB? What is it again? MMTRB. Is it made up? I feel like it's made up. Yeah, I think MMTRB is made up. It's relatively all ages compared to, I think, some of the other ones in here. Not that any of the ones I've seen in here are particularly, like, not... Okay, I should take that back. There's Z-Ward. Z-Ward is rated 16 and up. Space Station... Let's see... Yeah, I think that... And then there's also Danger Town Beatdown, which is also like 16 plus, I think. But for the most part, it's meant to be more friendly. Is Cartoon Network cable, like, proper? I guess I don't know what the divide is necessarily between, like, where does cable begin? But still, I don't think it was that bad, surely. When it comes to... Okay, maybe think of it, well, it's kind of a, well... Other cartoons that have shown some things in like 8 p.m., 9 p.m. time slot. This isn't quite so bad, is it? I don't think it's quite so bad. Maybe it's just the way that things were hooked up where I was. I don't remember having something else hooked up in order to receive some of those channels. But maybe it was regional, or maybe I just didn't understand that technology at the time. But, I mean... You could have tentacles in a say-so manner. Like, this wasn't that bad. And you guys made the thing with the devil weird. You started it. You started it. Stream reflects chat. Stream reflects chat. You wanted to stab him? Someone else started that. You can blame them. I don't know who it was. It'll be somewhere in the VOD, I'm sure. You just wanted to dance? Someone slapped him. Someone slapped him. And then you wanted to whip him. And you did get to dance with the devil. Not in the pale moonlight, unfortunately. But there's always second chances. Maybe you will one day meet again with the devil. You have to PG. Bonking me. Well, I guess bonking chat, really. You're just making chat wet. Okay. Who is up? Who is awake? Uh-huh. Let me see. Let me see. Who is currently doing things? I can't spell. Okay, this is the last of my tea. It's like not quite the dregs yet. And it's kind of weird to call it dregs because it's not actually tea, you know? It's like tiny bits of popcorn and dried fruit bits that are no longer dried, I suppose, and other things. Ah. It's actually a little, like, not sticky necessarily, but it's got like little bits of things in it. A little rough on the throat. Oh! Sorry, just checking something out. I'm like, they've reached the goal. They've reached the goal. Okay. I think at this time we'll go to Howard Nelson. He's running Denny's right now, and he's currently raising money for, I believe, American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. They were trying to get to $3,000, but they've hit past that now, and now they're working their way towards $4,000. So we will go there tonight for after the game. Otherwise, tomorrow night, my schedule should be fixed, so we should be able to read Carmilla tomorrow at 5 p.m. It should be no problem. It should be no problem whatsoever. I did not fully fix my sleep schedule, but it's getting better. I was able to be up for tonight. I should be better this upcoming week. I promise. I promise. You're surprised you're up at 2 p.m.? 2 a.m.? I woke up at 4 a.m. My timing has been really, really terrible. I woke up at 4 a.m. Like, that was a really, really long sleep in, and then I just wanted to go back to bed after. Timing has been really awful. But thank you very much again for coming today for Pumpkin Town. And I hope to run something else like this again soon. We will see. Maybe for another holiday. Maybe for another event. Thank you again very much for coming, and have a good